author of 4 books and published 5 book chapters. He is a member of SSRN, IARA Guwahati, and MTTF Bhatinda Punjab, IARA Tiruchirappalli World Leadership Academy. Served as a reviewer in the journal like FIB Business Review, Paradigm International Journal of Emerging Markets, South Asian Journal of Marketing, and Kybernet's IJRBT and MGMR Jaipuria International Journal of Management Research, and editorial board member of Avneshak, IIMP Pune and VSRD International Journal, PIG MIT Sunshine and many more. He has chaired sessions in many national and international conferences. He has taken the session in many institutes in India such as IIM Pune, DY Patil Maharashtra, MGV Nashik, Kamala Nehru Mahavidyalaya Nagpur, Patna Women's College, etc. as a supervisor. He assists 3 PhD and 2 MPhil scholars. His area of interest are digital marketing, e-commerce, and online marketing, brand marketing, service marketing, entrepreneurship, consumer behavior, and business analytics. So thank you, sir, again for joining these sessions. And over to you, sir, for this session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anubrato Kundal. It is my pleasure to share you because of Sir has already shared my profile. Like, so the thing is that before starting the session, just I would like to say, first of all, I would like to say many thanks to Dr. Anubrato sir because of he has given this opportunity in the research field. As we are the academicians, or if I'm talking about the research scholar, as we know that the current scenario, because of we have to do the research and we have to publish some paper, because of every universities and every colleges, they are looking for the good publications for their NIRF, NAC, and NBA ranking. So as we know that this is the requirement nowadays, this is the very much requirement for us that we have to publish it. But the thing is that some of the researchers, they are very much worried before publishing the paper or before sending the paper, where they will be publishing their paper, what comments they will, uh, what comments getting from the reviewer, and how to improve their article. As a reviewer member, as a editorial board member, because of recently my two books, it is under process. Already we have accepted the proposal from Taylor and Francis, and we are processing the book. The book might be the book would be published in the month of December 2022, and the next book that will be published in 2023. It is under the CRC Press Taylor and Francis group. So we are working on it as a editor, as a main editor. I'm working over there. So why I'm telling you, because of the thing is that, as already have shared with you, that every researcher and every scholar, they are thinking about this, so how to publish the paper and where we have to publish. Some of the journals, they are charging something, they are charging some APC article processing charge, and some of the like, and as you know, the current scenario, the Scopus is after 3 to 4 months, they are removing, or they are removing some journals from their database. So these are the main problem before sending the paper, where we have to publish the paper, where we have to send the paper, and what kind of comments we'll be getting from the reviewer board member or editorial board member, and how to improve the article. So this is very important sessions, because of I have already taken these sessions in different institute and different universities also. So just I'm telling one thing, please listen, and it is very important and it will be very helpful for all the scholar and all the academicians. So how to write the research paper and what is the concept of the academic journal. So can I show my PPT, Dr. Anubrata sir? Yes. Dr. Anubhuta sir, can I show my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So are you getting the screen, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So just first of all, the topic is very important. At first, we have to know about the academic journal. What is academic journal? And the mandatory requirement for research paper or article from the reviewer point of view. The topic which already I thought that the researcher and the scholar, they has to know what reviewer are basically looking for. How to write the paper, I think we are having some idea how to write the paper. But the thing is that what actually reviewer is looking for. So that's why just we have framed this topic. So first of all, know about the academic journal, and the next one is mandatory requirement for writing research paper or article from the reviewer point of view. Hope it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So what is the concept of the academic journal? A journal is a French word that means something recent, updated, or daily. An academic journal is an outlet or platform to publish latest cutting edge research in a particular field. Maybe you are publishing your paper in the field of medicine or engineering or education or business management or whatever. A distinguishing characteristics of an academic journal is a scientific filter. Why? Because of before sending your paper or before publishing your paper, at least you should know where you have to publish, where you have to send your paper, and what are the requirements of this journal. So see their guidelines and use the scientific filter, means what type of journals are coming and where you have to send your paper. Historically, the first academic journal, philosophically, the transaction of Royal Society started to publish in 1665, more than 350 years ago. But what purposes an academic journal see? What purposes of academic journal see? As a registered and authors claim that he or she presented an innovative idea. Definitely, before just after after sending your paper, so you'll be getting the copyright form from the editorial board member or from the journal, where you have to sign, or all the authors has to sign over there. Means suppose some of the authors, they are copying or they have been copied some text or data from your article, so you can claim. So that's why the academic journals say acknowledgement of the author claims are scientifically correct through a reliable peer review system. The provisions of a platform to connect authors and readers to the authors, because of why you are publishing your paper, some of the readers or some of the authors, they will be reading your paper. That's why you are publishing. Why you are preparing a book? Because of some of the readers or some of the authors, they will be reading your book. What actually content you have been added in your book? What content you have been added in your article? What methodology or what conceptual model or conceptual framework or conceptual model you have been designed in your article? So they will be getting some idea after publishing your paper. The availability of a systematic and permanent record for author contributions that readers can access whenever they need. Means readers can access whenever they need. If I'm looking for an online marketing paper, the customer perceptions or the consumer perceptions of online marketing, so definitely I'll be searching that kind of paper from different journals. Maybe I'll be searching the paper from Scopus, maybe I'll be searching the paper from Web of Science, or maybe I'll be just searching from paper from ABDS or ACI category journal, where I can get, or I can get some idea to what kind of papers they have been published. The post-publication evaluation that positively enhance author credibility. Definitely, the author credibility is very important. Why you are publishing? So after publications, your paper, you can promote your paper in different platforms. And your peer group, your community, they will be getting some idea, or they will be knowing, yes, Dr. Indrajit or Dr. XYZ, whatever, they have been published, or he or she has been published that kind of paper, and the paper is very relevant to our research paper or to our research area. So I'll be getting, or I'll be uploading this paper, then I'll be reading everything from what actually methodology or what model they have been, he or she have been used in their article. The journals are data sharing platform for scientists. Definitely, why you are publishing your paper, you can share your journal, you can share your article. Means why? Means suppose I'm looking for or I'm getting some idea from LinkedIn. Some of the authors or some authors have been published their paper in like Kybernets, into Kybernets. So Kybernets is very good journal. It is under the MRL publishers. It is under the indexing in Scopus and Web of Science. And this is very renowned journal where we can publish some technological paper, some engineering paper, and some management papers. So if some of or one of the author, they have been published one paper in Kybernets, and after that they have been given this post in LinkedIn, from where I'll be getting, if I am associated with LinkedIn, I'll be getting some idea what authors have been published, or what methodology they have been used, and what journals he or she has been choosing for that particular article. So from there, I'll be getting some idea, what actually authors are looking for and where we have to publish. Because I am a researcher, I am an academician, I am a scholar. So definitely, I should know where we have to publish before sending. That is most important, because of actually why I'm telling you, because of some of the authors or some of the scholars, they are thinking, okay, we need to publish one paper. Okay, we have to write the article. Then we have already started to write. But the thing is that we don't know where we have to publish this article. That is the main problem for the scholars and the academicians. They are facing that kind of problem before publishing, right? So they are having some idea, they are having some innovative idea. They have already started their paper. They have been used different type of models and the methodology in their article. But the thing is that before sending the paper, they are very much worried about where we have to send the paper. So that is the main problem. Please keep in your mind, okay, before sending your paper, that is most important where you have to publish. Why to publish in academic journals? From the personal benefit and from the institutional benefit, financial rewards. Some of the institutions are there in India and out of country also. They, after publishing a paper, they will be giving some reward. Maybe suppose you are publishing your paper in Scopus Index, you'll be getting 20,000 for Scopus. You'll be getting 30,000 for SCI. So they will be giving some reward if you are publishing your paper in good journal, along with the good indexing. Promotion opportunities, yes, because of suppose now you are working as an associate professor. Okay, maybe you are looking for, you'll be you are looking for, so I'll be associating in research department. So I have to publish a good journal, and after that, definitely the institutions and the higher authority, they will be thinking about me. Okay, we'll be recruiting this candidate because of the candidates having the very good potential, so we can recruit this candidate as a research associate or research assistant or the associate professor. So they will be looking for this if you are publishing your paper in good journal. Recognition among peers, because of maybe after publishing your paper, you will be circulating your paper in your community. Like we are circulating our paper in Facebook, in LinkedIn, in Twitter. So from there and in WhatsApp status, from there we will be getting some recognitions. So these are the part from the personal benefit we can make it. We can do it. And the one of the most important one can become a part of global community. Yes, if you are publishing a good paper in good journal, you can communicate. You can communicate throughout the country, because of a lot of researcher, if they are looking for your paper or if they will be reading your paper, maybe they will be collaborating with you. Yes, these authors having some potential, okay, we can collaborate. From the institutional benefit, if I'm talking about the research ranking, yes, funding opportunities will be coming. and satisfied of student body, because of the every institute nowadays they are looking for, okay, if the students has to publish one paper along with the teachers, students have to give their presentations in an international or national conference. So the teacher will be guiding to the students, okay, so how to write the research paper and how to make the PPT for presentations. And after that, the student will be able to give the presentations, as well as student will be writing the research paper, so how to write it. So those teachers should communicate with the students, and teacher will be giving some idea to the students, so yes, how to write the research paper and how to prepare the PPT for your presentations and how to write the case study also. Because of I have been published some case studies, and some of my students, they have already given the presentations along with me. They have already given the presentation on case study also, so how to write the case study. The character of a quality journal or good journal, despite being interdisciplinary, because of you can publish your paper in different. Suppose if I'm talking about the Kybernetics, if I'm talking about the FIIB Business Review, FIIB Business Review is a very renowned journal which under the Web of Science, Scopus, and ABS category. Okay, and it is under the Sage publications. They are basically looking for the management journal, as well as management and the combinations of IT and the technology and management also. If you are thinking about it, you can send your paper. Okay, those who are having some idea about technology and the management, they can send, they can prepare. But it will take some time. It's around 1 year and one and like 1 year 6 months. They will be taking, because as we know that the good journals are always looking for the good paper, and they will be taking around 1 year, minimum 1 year, minimum. Has a rigorous peer review that takes time to complete. No quick publications for money from his APC, because of some of the journals are, they are charging APC, article processing charge. So please, I'm just suggesting to all the scholars and all academicians, please avoid the IPC chart. Please avoid it, because of some of the researchers. Because of, as we know that in every institute we are having some pressure. So we have to publish one paper, or we have to publish one paper in Scopus or SCI or Web of Science or ABS category. Those who are like doing, those who are working in management department, they has to publish their paper in Scopus or ABS category or ABDC category. Those who are working in technology and engineering field, they has to publish their paper in Scopus and SCI. So we know that we are having a lot of pressures regarding the publications, but am I audible to everyone? Hello, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible, but PPT has been stopped, sir.
Might be there was some network issue. Now it's, are you getting?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you very much. So please go through their guidelines, means journal guidelines. The acceptance rate of the article, that is most important. Okay, acceptance rates and number of issue, that is most important. Number of issue
Sir,
means.
can you please make it a slideshow?
Whatever.
By pressing F5.
It's not working actually. Wait a minute. I'm trying to do it.
Okay, sir, no problem.
I'm trying to do it.
Okay, share full screen, sir, then it will come. Instead of sharing that window alone, share full screen.
Are you getting, ma'am?
No, sir, we need to stop it and
Are you
then
getting the
again
full screen?
share. No,
Yeah.
sir, we need to
Sir,
stop it and share it again.
press the F5, sir.
Stop the screen and then share it again, sir, as a full screen.
Now, are you getting my full screen?
No, sir, it is not
No,
visible,
sir.
sir.
Not visible.
Only the blank.
Blank screen we are getting, but we
Okay,
create.
okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Kindly press F5, sir.
I'm just pressing,
Okay.
but it's not working.
Okay, sir, no issues, sir, you can proceed.
Now, ma'am.
Now the PPT is visible, sir. No issue, sir, you can proceed. No problem.
No, now are you getting?
We are getting the PPT.
Okay. So are you getting the screen of the character of quality journal?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So please, as already have shared with you, please try to see their acceptance rate. That is most important of when you are publishing your paper. The issues, number of issues, and the acceptance rate of the article. The next one is the index. So index, as we know that the different of an index that's coming, right? If I'm talking about my paper will be accepted for global. So where you have to publish your paper. If I'm talking about, suppose we are working in management department. So always we will be looking for ABDC category. Okay, under ABDC, A star category is the highest category or under ABDC. The next one is ABS category. So under ABS, 4-star is the highest category of ABS. Next one is SCI. Yeah, please. Hello. Anything?
No, sir, you can proceed. Some
Okay.
other instructions.
So ABDC is the high ABDC journal or ABDC. If I'm talking about the ABDC category journal, so the highest category of the ABDC in the A star category. The next one is under ABS. 4-star is the highest category under ABS. Next, we are looking for SCI, ESCI, Web of Science, and UGC credit journal. So these are the indexing that is most important. Means when you are publishing your paper, you can publish your paper in different peer-reviewed journals. It is not an issue. You can publish your paper in, suppose some of the universities, they are having their own journal. You can publish your paper in there. But if I'm talking about the recognition, if I'm talking about the good paper, if I'm talking about the good index, so always you have to try for this. But the thing is that under ABDC, it is very difficult. Under ABS, it is very difficult to publish. Means if I'm talking about the ABDC indexing, if I'm talking about the SCI, if I'm talking about Scopus, it is very difficult to publish, as we know that the current scenario. It is very difficult because of they are looking for the good paper and they will be taking around 1 year to 1.5 minimum. Then they will be publishing. But in between that, you will be getting a lot of reviews. You'll be getting the 3 to 4 times reviews from their journal body. So please try to, as I already have told you, try to avoid the APC charges, those who are charging this. And the next one, if I'm talking about the what requirements, what the mandatory requirements to write a good article, what mandatory requirements are there? What actually component we have to follow when we are publishing a good paper? Basically, what actually reviewer is looking for. So first of all, the title of the paper, as we know that. The next one is abstract, keywords, introduction. As you can see, I'm just given one arrow after introduction. Means always objective you have to incorporate. You have to include your objective under introduction section. Okay. The next one is literature review. Under the literature review, you have to frame the research gap. That is most important. So these are the components we need to follow. As we know that introduction, as we know that literature review, but most of the scholars, most of the like academicians, the main problem, what actually what problems they are facing, they are writing the objective in another paragraph and along with the number. Like number 1 objective is to identify the something, number 2 to identify the something. Okay, so they are writing in this way. Please avoid it. Why I'm telling you? Because of the reviewer means good journal they are looking for. You need to incorporate your objective under the introduction. I'll be sharing with you where you have to incorporate your objective, where you have to incorporate your research gap. Okay, the next part is research methodology. Next, data analysis and interpretation. Conclusion, managerial implication, theoretical implication, methodological implications, limitation and future scope. Then last is reference. So it is not that all the journals are looking for their theoretical implications and methodological implications, but the managerial implications should be there. If I'm talking about the engineering journal, if I'm talking about the engineering paper, if the engineering is related to the management field, so definitely you have to incorporate the managerial implications for your article. So now if I'm talking about the title, how to frame your title, that is most important. Most of the paper will be rejected if I'm not framing the proper title when I'm writing the article. The title is very, very important when you are preparing your article. Here you can see, as we know that under empirical paper, if I'm talking about the empirical paper, so your title, keep in mind the title should be very unique, specific, crisp and straight. No complicated English, no grammatical mistake in your article, in your title. If I'm talking about the empirical paper, if I'm talking about the survey-based paper, where we need to collect some data based on the questionnaire or whatever, so your title should be very specific, as I already have shared with you. Like you can see, a study on demographic influence of consumers on purchase decisions for life insurance policy. So when you are framing your title, try to find out the variable also. What variables you are adding over here. So from here we can see or we can understand there are basically 2 categories. Here you can see which one is dependent variable and which one is independent variable. The variables like demographic influence and purchase decisions. So from this article, from this title, we are assuming there are basically one dependent variable and another parts are independent variables. So which one is dependent variable? The purchase decisions is dependent variable, which already I have framed, and the next one is the independent variables are demographic profiles, that is demographic influence. Okay, so when you are framing your title, try to understand what I'm telling you. When you are framing your title, try to find out the dependent variable and independent variable. Please mention it. The next one is, if I'm talking about the online buyers, word of mouth is meaningful. Some of the title we can write in a question format, right? Here you can see online buyers, word of mouth is meaningful. Does the online review changes the pre-purchase intention on fashion accessory segment? If I'm writing or if I'm framing this title, so now I have to find out which one is my dependent and independent variable. Here you can see the dependent variable is purchase intention. So if I'm talking about the empirical paper, if I'm talking about the quantitative paper, where we have to find out, where you have to incorporate the dependent variable and the independent variable. The next one is if I'm talking about the qualitative paper. In qualitative paper, it is not required to find out the dependent and the independent variable. Or you have to frame. No, it is not required. You should frame the dependent or independent variable along with your title. It is not required. Here you can see I have given two examples of the qualitative paper. Why older consumer prefer the older brand? Okay, so there is no concept of the variables. It is not required to incorporate the variables in your title. If I'm talking about the why digital consumers don't prefer digital wallets, so it is not required if I'm talking about the qualitative paper. But the empirical paper, please do it. Now, how to write the abstract? That is most important. Everyone has to know about when you are framing the abstract or when you are writing the abstract. In abstract, basically, we are following the IMRAD method. What is the meaning of the IMRAD method? I for introduction, M for methodology, RAD for result and discussions. Mean in your abstract, you need to follow this structure when you are writing your abstract. Okay. So here you can see and try to make your abstract in between 200 to 250 words. Because of every journal, they are having their own criteria, they are having their own guidelines. That's fine. But always we are looking for in between 200 to 250 words. That will be better for the author. That will be better to understand for the reviewer also. Okay. And here you can see I have highlighted, okay, along with some different colors. So if I'm talking about the IMRAD method, if I'm using IMRAD method for abstract, so how to write the introduction? Here you can see this part is introduction, red color, which already I have highlighted, means introduction of your article. In between 3 to 4 lines or 5 lines maximum. After this is methodology, IM methodology. What methodology you are using? What methodology you are using here? Next part is result. What result you are getting? What result you are getting after completing your article? What results you are getting? So here you have to write the result also. Next one is discussions. Means what discussions means? Discussions, managerial implications. You can write over there. The implied findings, what actually I have written, the implied findings of this research will assist the digital entrepreneurs, brand managers to frame their review management strategy unbiased. Finally, the paper summary is the limitations of current investigations and the presence and agenda of future research. So these are the 4 parts we have to just keep in your mind when you are framing your abstract. IMRAD method. The first 3 to 4 lines, that should be introduction of your article. The next 3 to 4 lines or 2 to 3 lines maximum, the methodology part. What methodology you have been applied in your article. And the last one is result and discussions. If I'm talking about the keywords, here you can see my one paper have been published in 2020 from Paradigm, that is under the Sage publications. So here you can see all of you. So if I'm talking about the keywords is very important when you are writing your paper. So why I'm telling you, because of the keyword should be very unique first of all, and keyword is very important. Keyword is very important when you are writing. Means that should be very unique and that should be very relevant to your research. That should be very relevant to your implications and the business perspective. So try to use that kind of keywords when you are writing your article. So try to find out from Google Scholar, try to find out from Web of Science, try to find out some papers from Scopus. So just write the keywords and you will be getting a lot of papers from Google Scholar also. Just try to write, and after that you will be getting the lots of research paper based on your keywords. So please don't forget it. Research article, when you are writing the article, the keywords, abstract, you have to yeah, keyword that should be very unique, and the keyword should be very relevant to your article and the market overview. So the next one is introduction. If I'm talking about the introduction, here you can see the title, manuscript title is Building Brand Equity of Luxury Brands on Social Media Networks. So when you are writing the title, introduction, here you can see under the introduction, the citation is very, very important. Citations. And I'm telling one thing, if I'm talking about the keywords, here you can see the lots of keywords are there. If I'm talking about the keywords, all the keywords you need to incorporate under the literature section. When you will be framing the literature part, all the keywords should be there along with the proper citations. If I'm talking about the introduction, here you can see the lots of citations I have been added. Because of the citation is very, very important. All the reviewers, they will be looking for the proper citations. What citations you have been added, the citation is relevant to your article or not. So you need to add, you have to add the citations. What citations you are adding and the proper along with the proper statement. So citations here you can see have been added a lot of citations along with the proper statement. One statement, then citation. The statement, citation, statement, citation, statement, citations. You can see. So lots of citations have been added because of they are looking for this. That's why just I'm telling you. If you are not adding am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Okay. Now you are getting this screen, introduction objective.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm facing some network issue. Okay, actually, today I'm in home.
Okay.
Actually, that's why just I'm facing some network issue. Okay, please,
Okay.
please cooperate with me. Okay, so here you can see under the introduction, how to frame the objective. Always try to frame your objective in the last para of your introduction. When you are closing your introduction section, means suppose I am closing the introduction part. So try to frame your objective in the last. When you are framing the last paragraph, or when you are writing the last paragraph, where you have to incorporate the objective. There you can see have been used the objective here. So objective you can frame as a question format, as well as objective you can frame in a simple statement. Before few years ago, just as I think you are having some idea, so we have been written or we have been framed the objective along with two keywords, TO2, then to identify, to to find out, to identify, that kind of objective we have been framed. But if I'm talking about this, so nowadays it has been changed. The change From different, if I'm talking about the good journal, they will be looking for this. So where you have to incorporate your objective in the last para when you are closing your introduction section. Just you are framing your objective. Here you can see I am framing my objective. Is there any factors that influence youth to buy the green marketing approach through web portal? This is my objective. And I have framed the objective with question mark. So it is not required you have to frame your objective in question mark, but you can frame your objective as question format as well as in a simple statement. Another question, try to understand if I'm looking, so objective we can frame as a question form. Okay, so here you can see, is there any factor or factors that influence youth to buy the green marketing approach through web portal? This is my first objective. And my second objective, I'm framing again another question, is there any significant relationship among the inclinations near online buying respective, with the mention of demographic variables? So I'm framing the second question is this. So try to understand, all of you. So you can frame the objective as a question format as well as you can frame a simple way. But depends on you, so how to, or depends on you, so what kind of objectives you have to frame. But you need to add your objective at the last paragraph of the introduction. So if I'm talking about the literature review, so literature review is very, very important when you are writing the literature, because of without literature they will be not accepting your paper. So proper citations, proper citation you have to incorporate in your paper, and the proper reference also. Whatever you are adding, if I'm talking about the citations, so definitely you need to add all the reference in the last. So don't please if I'm talking about the citations part. So when you are adding some literature under the literature sections, so we need to follow some part. If I'm talking about the literature stage is how to frame or how to conduct the literature review. These are the part where we can conduct the literature review. First one is search the article, because I'll be writing the paper on that particular thing, so I need to search. So that kind of journal or that kind of paper I have to search. So searching is first part or first component. The next is mapping. Mapping is identify regarding broad themes and refine the selection of articles. Because of what articles? Because of, suppose you are looking for the impact of green marketing. Okay, impact of green marketing or the impact of online review on purchase decisions. Suppose you are looking for that kind of paper, or you are writing that kind of paper. Impact of online review. What reviews are coming when the consumers are purchasing their product? Okay, so what online reviews are coming? So definitely you have to go through the review. Then we'll be deciding what kind of product I'll be buying or not, or consumer will be buying or not. So what reviews are coming? Okay, so try to add or try to find out that kind of article. Means your keywords are online review. Means you have been added, or you have been added in Google Scholar, or you have written online review. Now you are searching you are getting a lot of papers. After searching, you are getting a lot of papers. But some of the papers are not related to your article. So please avoid it. If I'm talking about the classifying, conduct and affinity analysis. What is the meaning of the affinity analysis? Affinity analysis is a business intelligence and analytics platform designed to increase visibility into an analysis of your most important data. This is the concept of the affinity analysis on the themes and keywords. What keywords you are searching? That is most important. Because of keyword, as already I have told you, keyword should be very unique and very relevant when you are searching your article. Next one is appraising. Read the article in detail and quote the content and themes using the classification systems. Try to understand. I'm just giving one example. Suppose you are having 30 articles, but it is not possible. You have to go through all the articles from starting to end. It is not possible. So please try to find out the methodology from your article. Try to find out the discussions. Try to find out the gap. Okay, so you can go through the abstract part, because from the abstract we'll be getting some idea of what methodology they have been applied, what results they are finding, what results they are getting. So we can find that kind of data from the abstract section. So now the case is, if I'm finding that kind of data from the abstract section, means methodology, factors or component, what components we are getting, what factors we are getting, okay, what results we are getting from this article. So please write down all the data or all the data in that way when you are searching your article. Because of your having the article, now you have to find out the data. Because of all the articles, whatever you are having, suppose you are having 50 articles, but 20 articles are not related to your research. Avoid 20, remove 20 articles. So 30 you are having. Now 30 articles, from these articles you have to incorporate all the component here, like this. So make it this component in Excel. Then you can collect the data from your abstract and conclusions and the managerial implications from your article. So first one is year when the paper article have been published. Please write down. Suppose the paper article have been published in 2022. Write down the year. Next one is number of authors, because of that will be helpful for your citations. That will be helpful for your whole literature. So authors, then country, then objectives. What objectives you have found from your article. Then the research gap. What gap you have been found. Next, factors. What factors you are getting. Methods, sampling, and site. This is most important if I'm talking about the research methodology section, where you need to go through all the sampling sections. What samplings you are getting, you can just go through and then write down here. Next, what findings and practical implications, or if I'm talking about the managerial implications, and the last one is limitations. So these are the components we need to follow. If I'm following this component when I'm collecting the literature, that will be very, very helpful for your article when you will be preparing your full article, because of all the literature will be coming along with the proper keywords when you will be framing or when you will be preparing your main article. Now I'm talking about the gap. As already I have told you, gap, where you have to frame the gap, research gap, under the literature. Here you can see under the literature section, have been framed the gap. This is my research gap, but it is under the literature. So where you have to find out the where you have to frame the literature gap. So all the literature you have to incorporate. At last, just like objective. At last paragraph, you can write the gap also. At last, the same thing you can write, the same thing or same like content you can write when you are writing, when you are framing your objective, as well as when you are framing the gap also. So these are the part we have to follow. Here you can see before research methodology, we have already incorporated the research gap. So please try to do it for your betterment. Now, if I'm talking about the research methodology, these are the part we need to, or these are the component we need to follow when you are writing the methodology sections. You can incorporate all the part in a single paragraph. It is not that though you have to write in that way. It is not required. You have to write along with sampling, design, questionnaire development, or pilot testing, data collections, statistical tools for research process, time taken. It is not required. You have to frame all the content, but you can add all the content in a single paragraph also, or in a single. It is not required. You have to frame or you have to make that kind of content or that kind of component when you are framing the research methodology sections. So all the parts you can incorporate or you can tie up within a single paragraph. Okay, but the methodology section, that is most of the part in your research. So one thing is very, very important. I'm telling you, your literature section, that should be very strong, because of all the reviewers, they will be checking your literature. What novelties are coming from your articles? What novelties are coming from your articles? That is most important in your research. What novelties are coming? Okay, so novelties are coming from your literature, from your gap also, right? Then we'll be getting, as a reviewer, I'll be getting some idea that, okay, there is a novelty in your article, there is a novelty. Then I will be thinking on it. Okay, then I'll be checking everything because of the novelties are there. Okay, and all the literature, whatever the authors have been added, all the literatures are very relevant to their article and the market oriented. So then we'll be thinking about it. So literature section and the methodology and your introduction section, that should be very, very strong. Okay, either your paper will be rejecting from their end. As we know that steps in data analysis, these are the part, means if I'm talking about the data analysis part, the first one is research questions. What research questions are coming? So please add your research question in your article. What questions you are getting? What questions you are framing? So research questions, next one is method and sampling, and the data collection and the data analysis. These are the components we need to follow when we are talking about the methodology and the data analysis part. So these are the part we need to follow. If I'm talking about the conclusion, as we know that, but the meaning of the conclusions is very, very important. Okay, because of when you are writing the conclusions should be very strong part. Conclusions and the managerial implications, that should be very strong for your article or of your article. If I'm not using, because of the editor and the reviewer, they will be checking thoroughly what conclusions you have been added. Is there any novelty in your article? Because of the conclusions, if I'm framing some hypothesis, the hypothesis, definitely there should be the correlation in between the conclusions and the hypothesis, and the managerial implications and your hypothesis also. There should be a correlation. So try to add this one when you are writing your conclusions at last, and the implications, which already have shared with you. So these are the part we need to follow when you are writing the conclusions. Okay, so please keep in your mind conclusions. Under the conclusions, if I'm framing the hypothesis part, okay, hypothesis part, if I'm framing some hypothesis, so hypothesis is always relevant to your conclusions, means there should be a correlation in between the conclusions and the hypothesis, as well as the implications also. Whatever you have framed, suppose we have framed 3 hypotheses, so all the hypotheses will be coming under this, means when you are framing the last conclusion part, because of there should be a relation. Okay, so they will be checking this part. If I'm talking about the implications, it is very, very important. Implication should be there for your article. If I'm talking about the core engineering journal, or if I'm talking about the core engineering paper, it is not required. The always implication part should be there, but try to add it. If I'm talking about the management journal, always you have to incorporate the implications part, managerial implications. What managers are thinking about your research from their business perspective. So that's why you have to incorporate. Is there any novelty for your research? If the novelties are coming, okay, so definitely this research will be helping for them. This research will be helping for the industry, for this industry. So that's why they are looking for, is there any implications part in your research or not? So implication is very, very important and very, very useful when you are framing your article and when you are writing the conclusions and the implication sections. So because of all the researchers, why I'm telling you, because of, as already have seen, because of I'm reading a lot of papers. So as already have seen, some of the researchers, they are not writing the implications part. They are not writing the proper implications of their article. So implications should be very strong. It's around half page or 1 page implications is required for your article. It's around 500 words is required when you are framing your implications. As conclusions also, not that in implications, conclusions and implications both when you are writing this. So these are the part, and the theoretical implications. What theoretical means? What literature you have been framed, what literatures you have incorporated, and the literatures they are related or they are relevant to your article, and from the market perspective or the business perspective, the literatures are relevant or not. So that is most important when you are searching some articles from different databases. If I'm talking about the Google Scholar, if I'm talking about the Scopus, if I'm talking about the Web of Science, whatever. But please try to add the literature that is most important. Try to add the literature that is most relevant. And please add the current citations. Please add the current citations. Suppose you are writing a paper in 2022. Suppose I'm writing from July 1st week. So I'll be adding, at least I need to search last June 30th. Is there any article is available on that date or not? If the article is available, I have to incorporate in my article. I have to incorporate in my research paper. Because of if the articles are relevant to my research work. So please add the last citations, please add the current citations in your article. And the methodological implications, what methodologies you have been applied, the methodology, whatever you have been applied, the methodology and the conceptual model is relevant and is relevant to the market oriented, is relevant if I'm talking about we are looking for the significant association in between the business and my research article. Is there any significant, or significant will be coming, or significant is coming on this industry? Is there any significant of my article? If there is a significant association, please add the methodology part or methodological part or methodological implications in your article. Means model, what model you have been applied, what proper methodology you have been applied, and the methodologies are relevant or not. So these are the part we need to incorporate when you are writing our proper research paper. I'm not talking about XY journal. I'm talking about the good journal. They are looking for this. So that's why we need to add or we need to incorporate this. As we know the future scope and the limitations. In every studies, there is some scope. There would be some scope. That's why we are making or we are preparing some article. Okay. And there is some limitation also. Okay. Is there limitations? So now we need to find the limitations and what limitations are coming for your article. So you have to incorporate or you have to write the limitations, then the future scope. These are the part when you are writing your research article. Here you can see, if I'm talking about the reference, these are the part where we can see from, if I'm talking about the database of Google Scholar. So I am searching some journal from Google Scholar. When I am searching some paper or journals from Google Scholar, you can search. Suppose here you can see I am searching through author name. Next search, you will be getting the lot of papers, or you will be getting the papers, or you will be getting a single paper, whatever you are searching. So now you can see this part is citation part, this part, right? So just you have to click on this, and after clicking on this sign, you'll be getting this part. You'll be getting the citations along with the MLA, Modern Language Associations. You'll be getting the citations of APA, American Psychological Association, Chicago, Harvard, and Vancouver. Sorry. So maximum, if I'm talking about the journal, good journal, they are basically looking for the APA format. Maximum they are looking for the APA format. Some of the journals are looking for the IEEE format. Some of the journals are looking for the MLA format and Harvard, Chicago. But the maximum journals, they are looking for the APA format, APA 7th edition, APA 6th edition. Okay, so try to add this citations in your paper. Okay, when you are framing the citations, all the citations you have to incorporate in your reference part. Don't miss a single citation, because of citations and the reference is most important for your article. So all the citations you have to incorporate in your reference part. Here you can see, you can search you can search some article along with the keywords also. Here you can write the keywords and you can search the article from year wise. Okay, and there is a like option for custom range. Suppose I am looking for the citations from 2000 or article from 2015 to 2022. So after click on this, you'll be getting some text box where you can give the range like 2015 to 2022. So you'll be getting the lot of research paper, and when you'll be clicking this, and when you need to add the citations, you'll be clicking on this. Okay, you have to click on this, or you can click on this, just you'll be getting this reference part. And now you have to go through their guidelines, these journal guidelines, what references they are looking. If they are looking for APA, so just you need to copy this part and just add in your article. Okay, if they are looking for the MLA journal, MLA reference, just copy the text, because of already have searched the article. Copy the text, then you'll be getting the MLA format. Okay, so just copy the text and you can add in your article. So these are the part when you are adding reference citations, because of it is very important. If you are adding some citations, because the citation is important. If I'm not adding the citation, the paper will be not accepted. If I'm adding the proper citations along with the proper reference, then you can send, means you'll be not getting the response, so my paper have been text rejected. No, at least the paper would be passed, and next there should be a novelty in your paper. So some of the content means some of the articles, there is a like, if I'm talking about this Google Scholar, you cannot download some of the articles. You cannot download some of the articles from your from the Google Scholar. Okay, some PDF file. Suppose I'm looking for some like Emerald journal or articles from Emerald journals. If I'm looking for some Sage article from Sage publishers, so or Sage journals. Okay, so some of the articles you cannot download. So that's why there is a like concept of Sci-Hub. Okay, you can use Sci-Hub. Okay, where you have to add only the link of the article. Okay, or the DOI number, with digital object identifier number. You can add you can paste the DOI number of the article or the link of the article, and then click on open. Okay, then probably you will be getting the full paper from Sci-Hub. It is not that all the paper you will be getting, because of there should be some like there is a restrictions. It is not that you will be getting all the papers, or you can download all the papers from Sci-Hub, but you can download. Because of from Google Scholar, maybe you cannot download some of the papers, some of the articles. As already I have told you, like Sage, Taylor and Francis, Emerald, that kind of very good journals. Okay, very good publishers. You cannot download that kind of paper from these publishers. But you can just copy the text, you can copy the link and UI number and then paste over here. Then click on open. Maybe you will be getting some full paper from, or with the help, with the use of Sci-Hub. So this is the concept. Is already have given one example. If I'm using the Sci-Hub, here you can see this is Emerald paper. So if I'm using the Sci-Hub, I'm getting the full paper. If I'm using, but if I'm using only the Google Scholar, I cannot download this paper. but with the help of SciHub we can download. Because of always we have to know about it, or always we have to go through the good article from good publishers. If I am writing a good quality paper, if I am thinking I'll be sending the paper in very good journal, so please try to read the good paper from good publishers. Hope it's clear. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you,
Hello.
sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for this nice session. I am requesting you to over to the session, Pritha madam.
Yeah, yeah,
Pritha
sure.
madam, are you present, ma'am? Sir, just a minute, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. This was a very enlightening session. Now, I would request the participants, do you have any questions?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
And meanwhile, I would request the host to share the digital memento.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Anyone, do you have any questions regarding this? Please feel free to ask. If you are having any questions, please feel free to ask. If anyone. I'll be happy to give you the answer if you are having any questions from anyone.
Thank you very much, sir, for the wonderful session.
Yeah.
Sir, some of the journals, they are creating some fake website and they are
Yeah, there is clone journal. It's a clone journal.
clone journal. So
Yeah.
how to
So
avoid
please
that?
have, yeah, please avoid the clone journal, because of if you are getting, so what actually you have to do it, you have to,
Rudraji said, please off this screen, share your screen. This is wrong certificate, sir.
okay, okay. No
Okay.
issue, no issue.
Okay.
So why I'm telling you, please try to avoid this kind of journal. How to check it? So what actually I have to do? Just a minute. Just click on or copy the website, okay, website, and then you have to check their website, because of in clone journal, try to see their editorial board. If I'm talking about the clone journal or predatory journal, clone journal means the same like website will be getting, right? So they are basically copying the same data from very good journals or from another journals, but they are using the same thing. So what actually I have to do, just you need to check their editorial board member. Okay, so when you'll be checking their editorial board member, you'll be not getting the proper information about the editorial board, and the same thing will be happening in predatory journal also. So please remove it. Please avoid it. Not remove it, actually avoid it. Why it is? Because of if I'm using the clone journal, because some of the clone journals, they will be charging, okay, I will be publishing your paper within 24 hours. And the predatory journals also, I'll be publishing your paper within a week. Just you have to pay 7,000 or 10,000 or 15,000. So please check their editorial board, please check their reviewer board. Okay, what actually they are basically, if they are having the very good like editorial board member, you'll be getting some idea. So see their profile, see their editorial profile. If I have been associated with a like with some journals. Okay, so definitely when you will be publishing when you will be publishing or when you will be sending the paper, please check their editorial board part, please check their reviewer board part, okay, and their affiliations also. And there is a concept of, as you know, that Sci-Hub, as already I have told you, Sci-Hub, right? And Sci-Mago ranking. Please, Sci-Mago ranking. Okay, please just Sci-Mago ranking of any journal. If I'm looking for a Scopus journal, if I'm looking for a ABDC category journal, okay, please use we use Sci-Mago ranking, because of it is very, very important. Sci-Mago ranking is very, very important. Okay, if the Sci-Mago ranking, if I'm talking about the like, check the Sci-Mago ranking of the journal and the impact factor of the journal, and their editorial board and the reviewer board member. Anything else? Any
Thank you, sir,
question?
for the valuable information.
Thank you.
The session was really good.
Thank you so much,
Any
sir.
question from anyone? Thank you.
I would now request the host to please share the digital memento with sir.
Okay. Please stop the screen share.
Sir, this is a small token from behalf of Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hope you have enjoyed. And
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Definitely.
if you are having any questions,
Very, very,
please.
very informative, sir.
Yes, it is very, very important to every scholars know about their how to write the research paper and what requirements are, what components are looking for the reviewer, because the reviewer board member, they are looking for why our paper is rejected from their end, and how to write the research paper from their point of view. That is most
Yes.
important. Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. And thanks to all of you for your patience, because of I have spent 1.5 hours and you already, right? So it is my pleasure. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Anubrata sir. And
Thank
thanks
you.
to all the organizers who have given this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All participants, our next session will start from 12:30 p.m.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can't hear you, sir. You are muted, sir. Sir, muted, sir. Can't hear you. Or sir, some audio issue there, sir. Can't hear you, sir.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
How are you, sir? Fine, sir.
Yeah. Doing good. Once the participants are ready, please let me know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Chakrabarti, Rajeshri.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
sir. We start this.
Yeah, good morning.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir?
3 o'clock with 3:30.
We start this session very shortly.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Who is the coordinator here? Saudi, are you coordinator? Very good afternoon to you.
Yes, sir. Myself is there. Rudra sir is there. Anubroto sir is there. Pritha madam is also there, sir.
Okay. Can you please explain me who are the participants here, the profile of the participants, the audience. I would like to understand the audience so that I can customize my presentation accordingly. Hello, audience, can you introduce yourself so that we have 15 more minutes time, 10 more minutes time, we can introduce ourselves.
Yes, sir. They can introduce. I would like to request the audience to introduce themselves to Professor Rao, sir.
Or if anybody is knowing about the profile of the audience, even that also is okay. Yeah, friends, you are not here just for the sake of certificate or something. Let us learn something today.
Yes, all are requested to introduce. Audience, please. Tejpal Singh and other also requested to introduce yourself to Rao, sir. Please.
Yeah, Tejpal, can you please introduce? Tejpal ji. Namaskar. We have some time, we can utilize this time productively by introducing ourselves. Can you please? Okay, Rajesh ji, Anubrata ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you please introduce me? Who are the audience? From which institutions or
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
management,
Actually,
arts,
yes,
humanities?
yes, yes. Definitely, sir.
Yeah, please.
Actually, Pritha madam, actually, Pritha,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir. Sir, start this session. Actually, introduce, sir.
Sir
Yes, I
is
would.
ask,
Yeah,
Sir is
Preeta ji.
asking the audience to introduce.
Audience,
Get
audience.
introduced.
Okay, okay, okay.
I want to know the composition of the audience. How many are from management, engineering, science, technology, or any other humanities, social sciences, etc.?
Audience, please introduce yourself. Actually, sir, introduce with you. So please request to all of you to introduce yourselves.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. Please.
I am Professor Dr. Jarnail Singh from Computer Science, Department of Computer Science.
Very good. Great, sir. You are the initiator. You are the leader of the day.
Yes, Indrajit sir, Priyanka madam, please introduce if possible.
Okay. Hello, sir. Uh, hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah,
Hello.
you are 100% audible.
Myself, Rudrojit Dotto from EE department, Electrical Engineering department.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, myself Raghunath Maji from JKCM CSE department, sir.
Very good.
Moinak sir, are you there? Moinak sir, Indrajit sir, please introduce if possible.
Sir, should I begin with the session?
Permission, we start, sir. With your permission, we start our session, sir.
Yeah, we can start.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, Pritha madam, you can start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the second session for our day. As a speaker, we have Professor S.S. Prasad Rao. Prior to the present position as Director in Teaching Learning Center at Chhata University, Professor Rao has held several administrative portfolios in Geetam University. With a PhD from Berhampur University, Professor Rao has been teaching both graduate and postgraduate students. An author of 4 standard textbooks and 5 edited books, Professor Rao has presented several research papers in national and international conferences. He has received recognition for his immense contribution to management studies and education administration. He is also the recipient of Best Researcher Award during the 9th convocation of GPEM and 9 other awards from reputed professional bodies. We are pleased to have you with us here, sir. Over to you. You can begin with the session.
Can I start?
Sure, sir. You can begin.
Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone. I'm really very happy to be part of this workshop, come the faculty development program. It gives me immense pleasure to join and see you everyone here. As far as my knowledge is concerned, most of you are from engineering background and some may be from other branches, other schools. Today, I would like to give you an overview of various methods of research. Of course, we start with basic understanding of what is research and how is research and how to prepare research papers for publication, and then thesis publication, and then the methods of various types or various methods of research. Are you able to hear me properly? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, right. Actually, many people think that research is only just either getting degree or writing a research paper. But research, the basic meaning of it is finding something new or finding the fact. Fact finding is the real meaning of research. So research is all about a careful investigation for new facts in any branch of knowledge. Here, the branches like engineering, management, humanities, social sciences, technology, medical, any branch, okay, of the knowledge. So finding the fact in any branch of knowledge is called research. Redman and Maury defines research as a systematic effort to gain new knowledge. So this is the meaning of research. And Clifford Woody also defines research as that defining and redefining problems, formulating hypotheses or objectives, collecting, organizing, and evaluating data, making deductions and reaching conclusions, and testing the conclusions to determine whether they fit the formulating hypothesis or objectives. So why do we do research? Many people normally are doing nowadays, particularly in academics, just to get a research degree or to enjoy the benefits of research paper publication or research thesis. But beyond that, there are several other reasons also. Like some people wish to solve the problems. And some people, because of their passion, they may do. And some people enjoy, finding the facts. Some people want to do something to the society. Some people want to be remembered for the amount of research they do. And some people do research just to command respect from the society. And sometimes the government may carry out some research. The employment conditions also will force you to do research. There are several other reasons because of which we conduct research or carry out the research work. And the other reasons are validation of intuition. See, you may have intuitive thinking, but intuitive thinking should be proved with some facts. There you may try doing research and try to validate your intuitions are right or wrong, like that. Sometimes we are using certain methods and we wish to improve the methods. That time also we do research. Sometimes our job requires some research. That also time also we do. And most of the times nowadays, people are doing research for publication of patents or granting the patents from the governments. Once the patent is published or granted, then they publish their research work. So patent, then publish, then go for product, prototype, product, and prosper. That is the real objective of research. That's why, anybody starts research at a library, it ends with the library only. If you start doing research at library, it may be ending at library. It will go back to the library only. That is not the research we are expecting now. We are expecting the research which has to give some outcomes like patents, publications, prototypes, or developing products, and then enterprising. So ideation to enterprise is possible with good amount of research. Okay, that's why research is encouraged in almost all the higher, academic institutions, higher educational institutions, because it is not a teaching, purpose the research is done. The byproduct of research should be teaching. The byproduct of research should be consulting. The byproduct of consulting should be industry interaction. So we are actually we should not look for teaching as the main product. It should be the byproduct. So knowledge creation is more important. Once you create, then dissemination. But research facilitates three important things. One is assimilation, then creation, and then dissemination. These three are possible only when the teachers carry out the research on a regular basis. Then you may be having, doubt which subject we should do. See, many people are teaching so many courses. Courses are also called subjects. And the subject we teach may not be having that much scope to do the research. Okay, so that's why the points we need to consider while selecting the subject may be our own idea or based on our own experience, or sometimes we may read several books. Based on that also we may get some idea and start doing some work, or sometimes originality. From your own perspective, you may wish to do some research. So these are the reasons. Okay, then how do we design the research? See, research is a plan. A plan means a structured, a blueprint. It is a prototype. A plan is a prototype. It specifies the sources and types of information relevant to the research problem. Another step in the research design is strategy. Okay, What is your approach for gathering and analyzing the data? What is your strategy? Would you like to structure or administer a questionnaire or observation? Or you go to the field and understand some facts, or you use some artifacts for framing your objective or hypothesis? That is what your strategy. The third aspect is the timelines and budgets. See, budget is very, very important if it is industry related research, because you need a lot of investment. If it is social problem, your time is your money. Your time is your cost. Okay, so based on our intention, our purpose, our nature of the work, we need to finalize the times and budgets. There are very important features of research like systematic, logical, empirical. See, systematic is all about interrelated to one another. You know how you are connecting the dots. That is very, very important. And connecting the dots with logical, agreement. And connecting the dots with logical agreements with certain numbers. Sometimes numbers may not be possible. See, all the research may not be based on numbers. Sometimes based on your observations. Sometimes based on, some case studies. Some, phenomenology. Something also may be the basis for carrying out your research. Another important thing is objectivity. It has to answer certain questions. Suppose you are not able to generate answers for the questions, it is not a research. And also reproducible. It is, it should be scientific. Scientific means it can be verifiable. That's what research is always facilitating the verifiability, the reproducibility, and transmittable. You need to transmit the knowledge, the fact finding should be shared with everyone. Of course, the quality control, and it has to have a potential application. These are the major characteristics of the research. Then define your objectives. Why do you want to do research? And you want to make it complication, or you want to make it simple, or you want to make it practical, or you want to make it more productive. It is all depending on your intention. Okay, so you have to define your own objectives. Normally, any student joins the research program is always at one point of time, plans to quit from the process because of no proper guidance. That guidance will be very useful for the freshers in the research process. That's why you need to keep it very simple. And you cannot include the entire variables in the research. That's why you have a provision to mention the limitations of your research. That we should never forget. If you include more variables, it will be more complicated. If it is more complicated, the results will be, not appropriate, not accurate. You cannot provide a solution, straight solution, it's not possible. That's why you need to use the opportunity to take help from your seniors, experienced researchers, or professors in the department, also other departments of various other institutions. You should have a wide network with many people, and that is possible through attending these kind of seminars or webinars or offline, symposiums, workshops, faculty development programs. These are all very, very important to establish connections, to establish contacts, to share your knowledge, not only with your peers, but also with various other researchers in the domain. That is the advantage of attending this kind of webinars or seminars. And another major step in the research. So once you decide to do research, you need to identify the problem. So how do you identify the problem? What are the ways we can identify the research problem or research topic, for which we need to do a lot of review of literature. For that, we need to check what is the, our original idea, and then go through various research papers, research articles, and their references. Their references also very, very important. See, once you go through one paper, you will find references at the bottom of the paper. If you go through those references, you will get some more, sources where you can further research on what is done so far. Because if it is already found out, what is your role there? You see, research is all about adding additional knowledge to the existing body of knowledge, for which you need to identify the gaps. So how do you find the gaps? Only when you read the existing research. Okay, then you need to find out the obsolete measurements and results, and then define your objectives of carrying out this particular work. Then another thing is all about choosing the subject, of course, literature survey, and defining the objectives and formulation of hypothesis, synopsis, then procuring of suitable apparatus if it is science, engineering, technology related, and if it is psychological or philosophical, you need to set up an experimental lab, preliminary experiments, execution of the project, measurement, and then go for data collection. Once you get the data, you need to analyze, and also error compounding, testing the hypothesis. You need to validate, you need to test the validity and reliability of the data you collected. Then only you can bring out the results, discussion. Then you can say, this is the fact I could find out of the research. Okay, like that. See, this is the process of research. What is the first step in the process? You need to identify the problem. Problem identification is the most important step in the research process. Problem identification. So how do you identify the problem? How do you identify the problem? Do you have any clue? It is through review of literature. It is through going through the basic information available in that. So once the problem is identified, you need to formulate the objectives. With what objectives you are actually carrying out this research. Once you formulate the objectives, you need to design hypothesis. From hypothesis, you need to collect the data and then generate research results. Once the results are out, once the results are drawn, you need to give interpretation. Interpretation, that is very, this is most important part. Data collection is one element, but how you are interpreting, how you are analyzing, how you are drawing the conclusions, this is very important. Most of the people collect the data, but not able to communicate what has done. and communication is the key. The result analysis and communication, interpretation and communication is most important. So this process is almost everywhere followed. Another writing an article. See, many people, while carrying out their research, they first submit some of their work as a research paper. Normally, it is not a complete research work. A portion of your research can be published. In fact, every topic, every unit can be published, for which you need to make it, a research paper, and you can say what is the objective of the research paper, what is that you are going to communicate, everything, and at the same time, you can mention certain limitations also or future scope of research. You yourself can suggest the future course of research in the research paper itself. So research paper normally contains these are the important subheadings, like you need to identify the journal, where you wish to publish. And selection of the journal is very, very important. Suppose your topic is related to there is a specialized journal is available relating to your topic, and if you publish in that, people will appreciate. No, but choosing that kind of journals and finding out that kind of journals nowadays is very, very limited. That's why most of the journals are saying multidisciplinary. If it is a multidisciplinary journal, it's okay, you can publish. So that is what the first step in writing an article. Then you need to go through the instructions to authors. They give certain instructions, and those instructions should be clearly followed. Once you follow the instructions, you can make your paper according to the specifications or instructions given in the document. And you need to give proper title also. And this is very, very important. That's why, if you do a consolidated research, you can actually give the best, title. Actually, title itself should communicate 50% of your research. Unfortunately, we are seeing so many projects, so many theses, with not an appropriate title. So title also should be very, very clear, and it should communicate 50% of your work. And affiliation of authors should be mentioned. Abstract, of course, it actually gives an overview of what is there in the article. Once we read the abstract, we should be excited to go through the pages further. That's why very, very important. Along with the abstract, many people also nowadays giving some highlights, key words and also highlights they are giving, and novelty statements, then introduction, then methods we used, results and discussion, and so on. References, of course, is there. Okay, like that. Then research ethics, of course, very, very important. See, ethics does not include only following the plagiarism check, but we should also follow some research ethics. Suppose anybody has contributed, we have to acknowledge. Suppose we borrow some text, some content from somebody's research, we should properly acknowledge them. And whoever is part of your research group, we should also give credit to the party who is involved in your research. Maybe idea sharing or content sharing or analysis, any part anybody is supporting, you have to give due credit to that person who is helping. So this is called research ethics. Of course, research report also, like a research paper, we also should follow the chronology. Here it is given, you can understand. Then I think it is all self-explanatory. You can go through that. Then there are various types of research. This is what I wish to explain more in detail. See, you must be heard there are various types of research like quantitative, qualitative, exploratory, experimental, case studies. Like there several methods are there, several types of research are there. Each type has its own significance. Each method has its own significance. Every research, intent is different from the other person. And every paper should be different from the existing knowledge. Every thesis must be different from the existing thesis. So how do you differentiate yourself? For which you can follow any method. So these methods are classified based on different criteria like general category, nature of the study, sometimes purpose of the study, research design. See, suppose you wish to solve a problem that is currently persisting, say COVID-19 vaccine. Till the COVID-19, that lockdown started, nobody started doing anything. Slowly, then once it is COVID, is what you call the virus is detected, identified, named, then people started research for companies. The pharma companies started doing a lot of research to find out the vaccine, to invent or formulate the vaccine. They have done, immediately also, but it could not be implemented because it needs time, it needs series of experiments, it needs series of tests, it needs series of approvals. That's why it took almost 1.5 years or 2 years to bring out the vaccine. So that is action research. Action research is actually done in a collaborative way. That's what we are going to discuss in the next few more slides. Also, there are some interviews and case studies based on research methodology we follow. In some researches, more than 2 methods are combined, while in some, very few are taken into account for carrying out your research. Based on general category, there are 2 types of research. General category, we can divide the research into 2. One is quantitative, the other is qualitative. See, quantitative research is all about using numbers, using the data. Okay, and summary is taken from these numbers, and we also present in graphical presentations are done to show it very comfortably, and it is very convenient to communicate. But qualitative is not like that. Qualitative is not using numbers, but both qualitative and quantitative are empirical research. See, empirical is evidence-based. Qualitative, quantitative, both are empirical research only. But quantitative, we use numbers. Qualitative, we cannot use, we do not have numbers. But we can use, the qualitative research like the case studies or phenomenology or the success stories. See, when Jamshedji Tata started the Tata Steel, once it started, that at the time of starting that, only a factory. Today it became Tata Nagar. Okay, it became Jamshedpur, and there are so many people associated, so many lives are impacted by the industry. By a single person, he could impact so much, society. So how it is done? If you wish to do that, no data will be available. but you have to go, you have to observe, you need to live, you need to spend time with the people, with the scenario, with the situations. Then only you will understand. Then you start narrating your own experiences. And that is also called research. But that is not a quantitative. It is a qualitative research. Okay, so qualitative research is all about in-depth nature and breadth, the variety of what is trying to achieve. Keith Punt defined qualitative research as empirical research, where data are not in the form of numbers. Empirical means that data or research is based on something that is experienced, observed, as opposed to being based on theory. It is not theory based, it is observation based. Data could be in the form of videos, images, or sometimes artifacts also. That is what the qualitative research. Okay. And the second classification is descriptive analytical. See, descriptive research is all about we take the facts and then we do survey, and then we may get some case studies to clarify the facts. And this, see, most of the people do, descriptive research and analytical research. So description is all about using the numbers, using the data, and using the facts to establish further. And analytical research is all about using the facts that have been confirmed already to form the basis for the research, and the critical evaluation of the material is carried out in this method. So analytical research is always, of course, quantitative method, but we give a lot of explanation, a lot of analysis, a lot of interpretations, a lot of other dimensions we bring out. That is what analytical research. And the third category is based on the purpose of the study, applied or fundamental. See, fundamental is all about, logical findings. Okay, but applied research is not like that. Applied research is mostly the facts are generalized and the variables are considered and forecasting is done. So methods can be found out easily in the applied research. The technical language is used in research and summary is based on some technical facts. See, statistics is the application of mathematics. Okay, then the applications of mathematics also called applied mathematics. Even applied mathematics, basic mathematics or core mathematics are the form the basis for the analytical reasoning, analytical further analysis. So we need to use various methods. Sometimes that's why in the beginning of my presentation I was telling that we may use one or the combination of various methods of research to carry out our work. Fundamental research and applied research are classified on the basis of the purpose of the study. And the next category of research is exploratory conclusive. See, exploratory, there is no end. You keep on giving, keep on exploring, and still people may explore further. There is no limit for exploratory research. It is based on the theories and their explanation and does not provide any conclusion for the research topic. No conclusion. It is still, it's going on. Okay, you cannot conclude, but conclusive research is like close-ended. You give, this is what, this is the problem, this is the solution. So well-designed structure helps in formulating and solving the hypothesis and gives the results. Most of the PhDs are conclusive research. That's why, they bring out the results and that help the problems in the society. So researchers will have inner pleasure to solve the problems and helping the society in general. That's why that is the advantage of conclusive research. Exploratory research is not that easy to come to a conclusion and say, yeah, this is the what I wanted to communicate. But still there is a possibility. Still there is something else. And other category is research design. You wish to make it as a survey or a case study or action-based research. These are all research design. See, surveys, most of the research are done on survey method only. They collect data. Mostly social sciences, they do surveys. The humanities and social sciences, they do surveys and they bring out certain conclusions and communicate based on this is found out. Most of the people or most of the cases, most of the incidents are leading to these kind of conclusions. Like that, the surveys help us to come to the conclusions. Of course, case study also is one of the methods of research. See, case study is all about we have to explain something to the students, which is very much relevant, very much concerned with the industry. You cannot bring the industry to the classroom, or you cannot take the classroom to the industry. Neither is possible, but we have to teach the students. So how we can teach the students without bringing the industry to the classroom? How we can teach the students without taking the students to the industry? It's not, possible. And solution for that is taking the case studies. Case studies help making the students understand and give them real life situations. This is called experiential learning, and that is possible only with the case studies. Because case studies give, complete understanding of a particular real life problem. So either we prepare the case studies or we can borrow case studies from various sources. That's a different issue. But developing a case study is also a method of research. Okay. Then action-based research. This is what most of the industry are looking forward from the academic institutions. Unfortunately, we, the academic institutions, are depending on the industry for everything. Internship, we depend on industry. For replacement, we depend on industry. For consultancy, we depend on industry. This is not correct. And we cannot please the industry every time, looking for their support. Instead, we can pull the industry to the academic institutions if we provide solutions to the problems faced by the industry. And that is not possible with just an academician. An academician should join an industry professional, an industry leader, an industry representative, an industry person who is actually facing the problem. If they both join together and approach the problem, they can bring out the best solution. And that is called action-based research or action research. If that action research is more prominent, we can actually solve several problems. And many people ask, sir, how to identify the problems? If you read a newspaper every day, you will understand there are several problems in this society. There are several problems faced by several people, several industries, several segments, several parts of the society. If you take one problem, and in collaboration with the industry person, you can solve that. Like that, many people taking up many problems, there may be many solutions so that you can bring out lot of findings, lot of solutions, and lot of happiness on the faces of the people, for which you need to have empathy. That empathy makes you understand the real life problem, and once you understand the problem, you can start doing research. Once you start doing research, collecting the data or understanding the facets, various facets, you can bring out some solutions. That's why action-based research is very, very important than simply the library to library research. So action-based research is an approach which the action researcher and a client collaborate in the diagnosis of the problem and in the development of a solution based on the diagnosis. Okay, so it is actually partnering between the researcher and the client. The client is the business or the organization which is facing the problem. And of course, action research is of three types. One is positivity, positivism or positivist approach. The second one is interpretive research, and third one, critical action research. The positivist approach is actually the philosophy of positivism is to view that factual knowledge gained through observations, including measurements, is trustworthy. And in positivism, the studies, the role of the researcher is limited to the data collection and interpretation of an objective way. In fact, they have to fix the boundaries in positivist approach. Unless you fix the boundaries, you cannot come out with a proper solution. So fixing the boundary is the basic important thing in positivist approach. The second one is interpretive action research. See, interpretive research is a framework and a practice within the social science research that is invested in philosophical and methodological ways of understanding the social reality. Okay, you need to interpret, what is the reason or what is the cause, why it is so happening. Like that, we need to interpret. This is another form of action research. And third one, critical action research. This is very, very important. Critical action research is all about validation and extension of action research or participatory action research processes that combines critical theory with action research paradigm. In fact, it is a specific type of action research that adopts critical approach towards business processes and aims for improvements. Once it is done, okay, you will understand how this can be repeated. So action research is the most prominent among all other types of research because most of the organizations now, higher education institutions, are talking about the problem-based research, project-based, and product-based. Once you identify the problem, take up the project. Once you take up the project, come out with product or service. Once you come out with a product or service, you can actually solving the societal problem. That is, once the product is, prototype or develop the prototype and going to the final product, you can actually encourage the entrepreneurship. This is what the national education policy, the new education policy is highlighting upon. See, higher educational institutions are not just, transfer of knowledge. It has to create knowledge. Then it has to disseminate the knowledge. And creation of knowledge is possible only with research. So that is the reason why the accreditation bodies, the ranking, agencies are all talking about how much research that institute is producing. And that research also, facilitating experimental, experiential, okay, and problem-based. These are very, very important. And if faculty do not encourage this kind of research, who will do? That's why we need to do original. We need to do problem-based. We need to do a lot of literature review. Because teachers, of course, teaching is important. Teaching, learning is very, very important. But teaching should be the byproduct of research. Consultancy should be the byproduct of research. The placements should be the byproduct of teaching. The admissions should be the byproduct of placements. So everything is interconnected. Everything is linked. Everything is very, very important because we are all part of the institutional, growth, institutional setup, and promoting good amount of entrepreneurship and growth and development of the society. That's why teachers are valued very high, and teachers should be very much ethical. Not only carrying out his teaching, but also in research and his way of life. That's very, very important. Okay, that's why problem-based or experiential or product-based learning is very, very important. So action-based research is all about improving specific practices. We fix the boundaries and accordingly we carry out the work. This is the flow chart, the action-based research. We plan, act, observe, reflect. Once you get the positive things, then again continue. Plan, act, observe, reflect. But this is also modified over a period of time. That is called action research spiral. Why we are saying spiral? Because at one point of time, the actions may reveal some results. And that may not be, permanent. That may not be consistent. That may not be accurate. So action study is a participatory study consisting of spiral of following self-reflective cycles on a regular basis. That's why the modified action research is also called action research spiral. If you go through this diagram, you will understand the action research spiral. Plan, act and observe, reflect. Again, suppose you find any gap, you need to revise your plan. When there is a discrepancy, when there is variance between what we have expected, what we have found out, and what has been actually happening, then it is called variation or variance. When there is a variance, you need to find the reasons for variances. And based on the feedback, you need to design your plan. You need to design your prototype. You need to design the sketch. And then continue, act, observe, reflect. This is how we have to do the action research. Okay. So the action research spiral has come into existence because nothing is constant. It keeps on changing. That's why the action research spiral has been advocated by Chemis and McTaggart. Now come back to understand the benefits of research. Many people just think the benefit is only getting the research degree or getting some kind of incentive from the institution or some other things. But the actual benefits are many folded. Okay, like I will give you some of the benefits here. Number one, you are actually doing critical evaluation of the scenario. And we are exploring, so many things in the process. That's why, the research culture gives a different dimension to the faculty. Once you do research, your analytical skills will improve and your interpretation skills will improve. Most of the engineering faculty or science faculty, they give experiments to students in the labs. And the students will come with the solution in a single line. If it is that case, you may get the solution, but don't get explanation. So from now on, you may ask them to write their observations, not just bullet points, also ask them to write interpretation. So interpretation is actually giving meaning to what you have observed, what you have found out, and that makes you different from others. See, that is actually forms the basis for academic. Academic means only two. One is textbook, the other is research journals. These two are the basic sources of academics. The remaining all not academics. They are all non-academic. A newspaper, a TV channel, or Google, Professor Google is always, of course, available to us. They are all not academic. Academic only teaching, textbooks and journals. These two are the sources of academics. The remaining all non-academic. And research is one of the basic source of academics. And that's why, everyone, even now the NEP is also facilitating the students to do research, even while doing their undergraduate course. So you can understand why the research is very important, even during the, education, even during the undergraduate programs. That we need to create that culture. We need to establish that culture. We need to make the students to write papers. We need to make the students do projects, with 100% productive. Unfortunately, most of the students going to, the shops and buying the projects and submitting. And most of the teachers are also accepting. They may be busy and they may not be serious. That's why it is happening. But let us rededicate ourselves for doing some productive research, some productive work, so that some tangibility can be produced out of the social issues or the problems we found out through our research, literature. And sometimes we use quantitative methods also to show the results, comfortably. That's why we use quantitative. And results can be formed easily without explaining much in the thesis with the help of numbers. Graphs and tables, actually, for the convenience only we show. That is very easy to understand if it is graphical presentation. Then paragraphs, one graph or one picture is worth 1,000 words. That's why we need to explain the analysis with pictures. And picture covers 1,000 words, and it is simple also. And it is very effective and it's very impactful. Okay, so several methods help researchers formulate research area and improve their knowledge. These are the major advantages of doing research. And various types of research are used because the development in all fields are made by the researchers, and their studies help the society, help the business, help the society at large. And an understanding of the research method is important to verify and validate the research in different fields. That's why, we use statistical tools in research to verify and validate. That is very, very important. You need to check the authenticity and the validity and reliability of the data we use. If that is reliable, valid, then we can use for references. That is the major advantage. And friends, action without study is fatal. Study without action is futile. This is a quote given by Mary Bird. I always believe it is 100% relevant even today. Thank you very much. Now I'm open for any kind of clarifications or discussion. I'll stop sharing the screen and open for discussion. Are you able to see my? Okay, stop sharing. I stop, my presentation here, and I'm open for any kind of questions from the audience, from the participants, even from the organizers. Anything you require from me, I'm open. Whatever I made presentation, it is my personal, opinion. And it is not to hurt anybody that, we need to do research, not to just convince the regulatory bodies or somebody. We need to do at least for our satisfaction. Our research work should give, satisfaction to us first. Because research work is our baby. Suppose a thesis is produced, that is our baby. A research paper is, published, that is our baby. That is the intellectual capital we have created. And that ownership is very, very important. And that is, of course, possible with a lot of, hard work and continuous perseverance and persistence are very, very important in continuing our research. Because only research makes you different from others. See, whatever you teach in the class may be very effective for the time. And how many students remember us just for teaching in the class? But many people remember if we produce a piece of paper, a research article. Teaching students may, enjoy the research if it is brought to the classroom, but they can never, remember what all happened in the class. But they remember how you taught. They remember, what are the events happened during their education period. And they remember the events carried out, events conducted at your institution. They remember that kind of experiences, not just, class, because class is base, anyhow it happens. But class is important till he or she completes her or his graduation. Once the graduation is over, they do not remember anything about what has happened in the classroom. But all other experiences, all other events, all other, participations, they remember. And the academic community will appreciate us more when we do a lot of research, when we do a lot of outcomes, when we publish, genuine research. Yeah, somebody raised hand, Dr. M.V.K. Garu. Yeah, you are now open to ask questions. Please unmute.
Good afternoon, Prasad Rao garu.
Yeah, very good afternoon, sir.
I am Dr. Rameti Srinivasarao from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh.
Okay.
Sir, wonderful session. I have been following your all the sessions. from the workshops conducted by GIS University. I'm very happy to see you, sir, once again. And my question is, the research output, research papers from management science are playing very much and key role in development of our economy, no doubt about that. But how far the research in management area are eligible and considered by IPR and patent IPR, certification and all.
Wonderful, wonderful
And
question.
what are the things that we consider to make our papers, quality research papers eligible to get IPRs?
Fantastic, Srinivas Garu. You have raised a very, very relevant question. That's why
Thank you, sir.
Is it your question completed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yeah. You have raised a very, very relevant, pertinent question that is very important for the time. Most of the people are doing research, but they are confined to only publication of an article or producing one thesis. They are stopping there itself. My request is not to, publish the paper first. We have to create a model. We have to create, a patent. We have to create an IPR. First, you publish a patent. First, you get the patent, granted. Then you can go for publication of the research. Unfortunately, we are not completing the cycle. Sir, actually, the cycle is whatever the research we do, first we need to, produce a patent. From patent, we need to go for publication. From publication, it is actually education, dissemination of knowledge. Once it is published, you can go for prototype of the patent. Then develop the product. Then it may be idea also. Suppose it's a service organization. See, Paytm, Uber, Ola, these are all the based out of ideas only. Idea-based enterprises. They are not product. They are all idea to enterprise. So if you give that, the process diagram is patented, then you can claim good amount of money. You can sell it, or you can convert that into a business idea and convert into a business model, and then create a lot of entrepreneurship. That's why, most of the educational institutions are now talking about not just for employment or providing employment. It is, creating employment. And creating employment means not job seekers, but job providers. And management education also, as you said, we can do so many things, patenting and then copyrights and then business ideas. That is actually important. Management is all about structured common sense. Business model you can develop and accordingly you can plan and do. That is very, very relevant, and we need to reorient our research process into first making the patents and then going for publications. Even IIT Delhi and all the 4 top IITs are doing the same thing now in India.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Right. Very good thought process.
Thank you.
Yeah, anybody else? I think I'm done. If anybody is there, please let
Thank
me
you
know.
so much, sir. This was a very enlightening session. I would request the host to please share the digital memento.
Oh, digital mementos also there. I think they will anyhow share on WhatsApp or somewhere?
Sir, it is not visible. Can you please?
No, it's not visible.
Shantanu sir, can you please open the file?
We have advantage.
Shantanu sir, it cannot visible, sir. Shantanu sir. Shantanu sir.
Do double click.
Shantanu sir.
Yeah, I could see. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I take leave from everyone. Good day. Bye-bye. Can I leave now, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you all.
एक लाइट होता था थोड़ा सा कम आ रहा है हाँ ये बेटर can I audible here
Yes, sir, you are audible.
thank you very much should we start the discussion or should we wait
Ramesh sir, can we begin the session?
yes you can please
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
This is the last session of this day, the third session. For this session, we have our guest speaker, Dr. Kanta Prasad Sharma, who will deliver his talk on the title Research Dimensions with Space Science. Dr. Kanta Prasad Sharma has a rich experience of more than 14 years as an innovative academician. He is the assistant professor in computer science and engineering at the University Institute of Computing, Chandigarh University. Sir has his PhD in IT from MIT University in Lucknow. Dr. Sharma has published more than 20 research papers with Scopus, SCI indexing. He has received the Best Research Paper Award in international conferences and has also published an authored book on navigation technologies and applications. Sir has delivered more than 25 national international talks and is the member of more than 50 editorial boards. So it's a pleasure to have you with us here today. You can begin with the session.
thank you for wonderful introductions thank you very much so as per the discussion the topic is the research methodology next dimensions so here I give you some guidelines regarding to the research. I hope so you can pen down somewhere or you can record it somewhere. So research is a careful investigation of few new facts in your branch or your knowledge. Careful investigation of new facts. So from where we can find out the new facts? That means we need to understand to review the existing problems. We need to hit the existing problems so that we can find out the solution. Or you can understand in a very simple manner, the research is nothing just like an onion. When we remove one layer, then you will be find out the new layer will be pop up over there. When we remove one more, one more, n minus 0, then you will be find out entire layer will be washed out from the onion. That is called the research. When you go ahead, critical investigations, when you go ahead carefully investigation in your facts, then you will be find out the solution. That solutions is called to the research. So in the same things you can understand research is a systematic effort to gain new knowledge. Various types of research we are conducting in our research methodology, like the basic research, applied research, problem-oriented research, problem-solving research, quantitative research, qualitative research. When you go ahead, then you will find out a lot of things are there. Now the question is that why we need to doing the research? Is there any specific reason? So you will be find out it is defined a redefinement of the problem. It means research is used to defining and redefining the problem. It is used to formulate hypothesis, objective, hypothesis analysis, objective formulations, hypothetic formulations, that is the research. So research is used for the collective, it is used for the organization and evaluating the data. The collective data we have, and that data should be the organized, well organized and evaluated for the help of research. Research also make detections and the researchers, so that you will be find out if you are the good researcher, your brain, your way of thoughting will be the reconstructed into the in a proper. It is testing the conclusions, it is find out the formulation, hypothesis, all such types of things are used into the research. If you get the desire to get the research degree, then it is the fantastic. You can get and write down the suffix just like a dr in front of your name. That's fun type. but the research should be the designed to the fact and solving the challenges that are unsolved problems. You can find out surrounding your, there are the millions problems are available. You need to pick up only the one and try to solve them. Just close your eyes and find out, just reanalyze. Millions and trillions problems are moving surrounding yourself. You need to just pick one and after then start to resolve that. So mostly I'm saying we no need to explore the problem. We need to hit at the backbone of the problem. When we hit at the backbone of the problem, then that problem will be resolved. That is called the research. Research is the desire to get the intellectual joy of doing some creative work that's totally depend upon you. Or you can find out it is also the desire to be of the service to the society. It means if you are going to research fellow or you are going for conducting the research in the in your degree or in your PhD, then you can understand your research should be the dedicated for the society that can be survived, that can be alive just like a glucose. So that researcher always give the glucose to the society as well as the industry, so that our financial sustainability, moral sustainability, and growth of the country can continuously going on. So that's why we require to the research over there. So my dear friends, now you will be find out after the research why that the validation institution improve your methods. Validation institutions improve your methods, determine demands of the jobs, full publication and patent. That's why we require to the research. How can we select the subject? Mostly the peoples are confused in which dimension, in which technology, which emerging technology we need to move and complete the research. So it is based on your ideas. What idea you have in your brain? That is very important. It is based on your experience. What types of experience, what is your cultures that you have to follow, that you can select the subject topic. It is based on your reading style, originality. It means totally the things is based on upon you. There is no single one person in this world who can taught you, yes, this is the research, you can go ahead in this dimensions. All right. So it is very important things that we need to understand. So another important point that you need to understand, yes, research should have to the plan. Research should have the strategy. Research should have the time and budget. So the patience is very required in the research. When you completed your PhD or doctorate, then you will be find out the capability of patience will enhance automatically. The capability of critical thinking will enhance automatically. So research not only give your suffix just like a doctor, it will groom your entire personality. 360 degrees dimensions, the research will groom yourself. So research is not only the academic part, but it is also the part of your health, your wealth, your finance, your reputations. All these things will be over there. And now some characteristics, your research should be the systematic. Your research should be the logical. That means agreeing with the principles of the logic that you have to the design, that you have to the you search out, find out innovations, inspirational. These things we require. You should have, your research should have the objective. It must be the answers of the research question. It should have to the replicable. That means we need to reproduce the things. It should have the transitability. It should have the quality control. That means accuracy measurement should be there. So all well designed and completed research had to the potential application that are huge, very, very important in our industry. So now you will be find out the era of industry 5 6.0. In the era of 6.0, you can see all the researchers are working onto the automation. Entire industry had moved for the automations. So upcoming research into the science and technology, that will be the automation, where the people hands should be the free, the brain should be the engaged, and the solutions should be on us fractions of second. That is the research is up. That research is upcoming in the future. So research, that means the various types of research we have to consider: qualitative research, quantitative research, So now you will be find out the qualitative research will light the lamp inside your brain. Some beautiful ideas will be pop up in your brain that is correlated with the problem statement. If you have to the problem statement that should be the rectified, it means the solution should be the available at anyhow onto the end. If you are talking regarding to the quantitative research, you will be find out millions of users, trillions of scholars are doing the research continuously. Is it useful for the society? You can see if one person in a single month can publish 10 papers, 20 papers. Is it possible? No, no, this is not possible. It means the research is not a joke. It is the respite. So we need to focus all these things. When you are going to discuss the qualitative research, then you will be find out the knowledge should be there, your attitude should be there, your behavior should be there, your opinion should be there. Because the qualitative research is required all these things, you need to interact with the pupils, try to understand the problem statement, draft the research methodology, try to understand the input variables. Your research variables should be the analyzed over there. Your sample size should be in a proper format. Then you can reconstruct some ideas. You can give some algorithm, some very useful thoughts so that the industries can accept it you. Now you will be find out mostly people are very engaged himself or herself for the patent writing. Is it possible 2 to 3 months the patent can be applied in public? No. So for the patent anything, that means that things is not applicable in this world. We need to reconstruct. We need to peacefully think, yes, what we are doing. We are doing the fair with himself or herself. We are doing the right way with himself or herself. Don't worry for the entire world. Things for yourself first. Is it required for you or not? If it is not required, then why we are engaged for the same things? In a quantitative, you will be find out the laboratory experiment, economical analysis, mathematical calculation, survey and simulations work will be considered into the quantitative research. That is the relationship between variables to estimate the work. So in such of manners, we can understand, yes, we are going for the qualitative research, not a quantitative research. The research should provide some solutions. If we are going to provide some solution that we can understand, yes, that is very good. Now, very important concepts that I am going to discuss with you, my friend. When we are planning for the research paper, research projects, research synopsis, then we are too much confused regarding to the objectives. So how can we set our research objective? That is very important. Try to keep these simple. No need to use the bombastic English word so that your reviewers are unable to understand. The same things if you are writing the research paper, research articles, then please use very simple terminology, very easy terminology, so that your technical or grammatical errors will be removed from there. You will be find out your review will be the positive automatically, and easily you can understand what you want to deliver inside your research paper or research objective. Suppose more than more variables or the more difficult. It means what I want to say here, if we have to the more and more variables, that will be the more difficult to define. If we have to the more variable, more values, more confusion, more equations, and you will be find out more reviewers come. So simply if you want to do the some work that in a systematic manner, limited research variables, you need to set it out, limited research inputs, you need to set it out, but that should be the meaningful. Relevant information you need to consider in your research methodology, process that, finalize the result, compare the result, then conclude your research objectives over there. Use the opportunities. Means I want to say here, you need to check it out. What types of opportunity provided by the society, by the research industry, by the government PSOs, that we need to grab it up. If we grab it up that thing, then you will be find out, yes, research is going on. Let's suppose in the mid of night, you are at your bedroom and you can feel, yes, right now the what will be the weather of Simla. Then according to the weather of Simla, can our room walls color can be the change? Can be planned? Yes, our room walls color should be the change according to the midnight of weather in the Simla. So we can think in a creativity. If we have to the creativity, definitely we have to the innovation. If we have the innovation, definitely we have to the research. If we have the research, then definitely we have to the experimental outcomes. If we have to the experimental outcome, then definitely we can plan for the projects. If we can plan for the project, then definitely you will be find out we have to the funding. If we have the funding, then we have the peace inside the brain, inside the office as well as the personal life. So that is a very important. So you can focus literature survey, check to see if your idea is original or not. Sometimes I just recognize many of my friends during the research or my students, they are totally confused. They have to the selected one idea and started to the research over there. But what happens after the 2 years and 3 years, they feel they cannot do anything because the same idea is already developed by any other researcher. It means the time is very important. Get articles. You need to follow the articles that is the quality indexing journal published. Q1, Q2, Scopus ASCII journal published articles you can consider over there. If you are going through the Google Scholars article, that is not useful, that is not authenticated. So my friends, you need to focus all these very important things. That is the most of these will be the vital when writing up the reports. You can find out the various research papers. There is no reports are available. Without the reports, there is nothing. Many research papers they don't have the reports. It means we no need to consider such types of research papers. Find up your gaps areas properly based on literature, based on survey, based on questionnaire, based on critical research analysis, based on various conferences proceedings, based on various new emerging technologies articles. You can go ahead and find out your research gap. If you can find out your research gap beautifully, then your research will be the beautiful automatically. So for the same things you need to remember. So what we need to do, another involvement, then you will be find out the process of the research, various types of process we need to apply so that our research can be the completed, right? Data analytic, error computations, data analytic, what inputs we take, that should be the analyzed properly. If we have analyzed the proper the data, that means that is the useful. It means you need to understand various types of tests we require to impose onto the data. T-test, D-test, B-test, innova test, so that authenticate data we can find out, and we require to the compute the errors. Hypothesis testing is very important. No, never, not trust onto the single statement whenever you don't have to the proof in a research. And remember, during your research, no data is useless. You can just cap the data somewhere that will be helpful in the future. So your literature review is very, very important. That should be the critical. That should be the generalized. That should be the interpretation. And your conclusions should be the drawing in a beautiful architecture way, so that you can go ahead and complete your thesis over there. See, some things you will be find out. Let's suppose you have try to publish your work, or I can say try to get the patent before publishing your work. If you have published your work, the another person 10 to 20 to 30% modified and then republish your work, that should not be happen in your entire research journey. So what you need to do, if you have to the idea, then go ahead and patent, go ahead the copyright by the government of India, so that you will be find out the research can be the implement. Only the 5,000 rupees, sorry, only the 500 rupees fee you need to pay to the government of India, so that you will get the copyright. And my dear students, if you are researcher over here, PhD scholars, MTech scholars, then you require to the copyright. If you have to the copyright more and more copyright in your framework or your CV, then you will be find out that will be reflected your personality when you will be present over there for the interview session. So various types of research applications you need to go ahead and develop. So see, some topics I will give you here, just quantitative variables. Some variables you can find down somewhere. Qualitative variable, quantitative variable, discrete and continuous variable, dependent or independent variable, and a background variable, extraneous variable, supersub variables. These are the variables which are used into the research. Variables not only used in a programming language, but also the research, because without the research variable, no research can be the complete in the future. So you require to understand what is each variable, how can we go ahead, how can we take the sample size, so what will be the sampling method. So all these things you need to focus. When you are go ahead for the sampling methods, then you will be find out the probability sampling methods are there, non-probability sampling methods are there. That is the implementation of probability and non-probability mathematics. Here, cluster samplings we can go ahead, systematic sampling we can go ahead, stress sampling we can go ahead, simple regression sampling we can go ahead, and you will be find out the conferences samplings we can go ahead, journalism sampling we can go ahead, and sensitivity samplings we can go ahead. We can go ahead at the door in or door out sampling we can go ahead. So such types of things we require to understand and provide them. That is very important. So my dear students, now you can find out that research is not a single task. It is very, very broad and very, very important, by which we can go ahead and try to understand, yes, that can be used, that can be used, that can be used. Now you will be find out the various times you can say when you are going ahead to design your research report, then what will happen? You require to the research statement problem, you require to the review the relevant literature, you require to understand the sensitive hypothesis onto the research objective, because without the hypothetical analysis, every day we are doing the same things. Na, aaj baris ho gayi. That means hypothesis analysis. Today, my mom will offer to me the ice cream. Hypothetical analysis. It may be or may not be. Right? So hypothetical analysis is very important. Theoretical resumes we require, descriptions of research designs we require, descriptions of experimental designs we require. These things we required over there. Air competitions we require. And presentations of the results is very important. Data process, data representation is very important. Suggestions to the future works is very important. Everything that we are going to the design, we need to the conclusion. We need the limitations. So you require to the limitation that you need to the complete. After the MTech, we can complete into the PhD. After the PhD, we can complete into the postdoc. After the postdoc, we can complete into the these limitation into the research project. So we should have the flow where we can complete our limitations. If we cannot complete the limitation, that means the research is not fruitful for the society as well as the industry. And the implementation portion is very important. Not only the theoretical analysis, not only the theoretical description, but also the implementation should be there. If we have to the implementation, if we have to the simulated result, that will be very helpful for us. That will be very helpful for the entire system. So you can find out the various types of research will be applied, will be used over there. Now, जैसे कि मान लेते हैं we require to the applied research. It means pure and applied research. Pure research. Innovative idea. You can say the development in the ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, that is the pure space organization. We are going to remove the GPS from the country. Had you listened somewhere? We are going and we have to plan the same things. I'm also the part of that team because I have already done the 1 year, approx 1 year work with the ISRO and applied research. That applied research is used for the finding the solution and for intermediate the problems facing a society or industry. You can find out in this weather, a lot of floods are going on in the entire half of country that is disturbed with the flood of waters, and the half country is disturbed due to the hot weather. So can we rectify the such types of issue so that the balance should be available into the balance should be the available over there. So how can we do the same thing that we need to understand, that we need to provide the solution? So always the pure research that is the concern with the generalization and formulations of the theory. Now you will be find out the inquiry mode. How can we take the inquiry? Just research is going on to the well or not? That is the qualitative and quantitative research. We need to understand the qualitative, that means behavior. Without the good behavior, no one in this world can complete the helpful research. When you have to done the research, that will be very humble, that will be very useful. So now another study you will be find out when you will go ahead and based on the research objective, then you will be find out exploratory or formulated research. Exploratory research are mostly used for the applied science, and formulated research are 100% used for the science background students, engineering students. Descriptive research, that is the case study, you can find out characteristics, individual condition, individual situation, or groups of the survey, we can go into. Some diagnosis research, hypothesis testing research, you will be find out when you talk regarding to the hypothesis testing research, you will be find out test a hypothesis of a causal relationship between them. Sometimes you will be find out the strong relationship, another is the causal relationship. ऐसी relationship जो कभी भी टूट जाए, right? We no need to worry for that, but we need to work for the relationship that should be the strong relationship. That's why we require the variables over there, research variable. When our research variables are the strong, then our research will be automatically the strong. So in such of manners, we can understand here research are very important. Now you will be find out the various types of things that I have to discuss, and I hope so you can, all of you will implement it in your upcoming research, because all we have the hope from your end it, because you are the uplifting researcher in the world. Uplifting researcher will give innovative ideas always, and that ideas will light the lamp for the industry so that you can plan your project for the industries. So in such of thing, due to the time concern, I can bind up here. If anyone have any question, please unmute yourself. I will be the very happy to give you the answers. If anyone who want to ask anything else regarding to the research, copyright, patent, innovation ideas, funding projects, please let me know. Unmute yourself. I will be much happy to discuss with you.
Participants, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Yes, anyone, please let me know if you have the questions. Please let me know. Due to the some unaffordable conditions, I was unable to share the PPT with you, but I hope so in the future we will discuss more and more onto the research, more and more upcoming problems, more and more project funding agency, so that you can get more interested for the same. In case you have the question, please let me know. Over to you, organizers. If anyone have any questions, let me know, please.
Thank you so much for such an insightful session, sir. Thank you for your valuable time. Now, I would request the host to please share the digital memento with us.
Yes, please. Someone have raised the hand here. I don't know which one. Chat room. I just go ahead in the chat room and I will find out. Okay, no one is here. No questions in the chat. Yes, ma'am. Is there any questions from audience?
No, sir, I don't think so. The participants have any question. I would request the host to please share the digital memento.
Okay, I can understand, dear audience. Right now, you are unable to ask the questions, so don't worry. You can find out to me onto the Google. Just go ahead and write down my name. You will be find out the first page. It will be there. Kanta Prasad Sharma. Right.
Sir, I hope the screen is visible to you. This is a small token of appreciation from our college. Thank you so much for coming and
Thank
joining
you.
us
Thank
here.
you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Just WhatsApp to me. This.
Thank you, Kanta sir,
Thank you very much.
thank you for you once again, because in this situation you are telling, I was just asking, just talking few times back. So really thankful and really grateful to you, sir. And
Thank you very much, my
wish
friend.
your
Thank
son
you.
or kid really get well soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
very
sir. Thank you,
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Just WhatsApp this token to me. I
sir.
just
Okay, sir.
leave.
Okay, sir. We will. We
Okay.
will.
Should I leave now?
Okay, sir. You can. You can. Sure, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Rita madam, then we are concluding. Okay, na?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Okay, don't worry for the feedback link. It will be changed or it will be modified, and we'll send you in the group. If you are in the WhatsApp group, don't worry for that. For today's, we are ending here, as because some unavoidable circumstances from the speaker end. So we are concluding here. Still, yes, ma'am. We are telling that Supana madam that we will include his name again. Okay, and we'll resend. So anyway, we are ending here for today's session. Thank you all for joining, and today and tomorrow again we will meet at the time given in the schedule. I think it is from 10 a.m. Okay. Thank you all.